make his own. Yeah? Let me get that thing off him.
I'll send you the.
Just 2 dots. 1, 3 dots.
One dot.
1 dot.
Was it 1 or 2 dot?
Babe, I'm coming down.
Oh, no problem. And it was a 4.
No, it's not 2.
A 2, yeah.
Hello, Lee.
What's it?
Yeah, it was it 3? 2, no? 2 dots. It's dot 2 dot.
So
Remove that. Yeah. Then 2 dot.
dot.
Here we
Now
go.
another dot. Donkey dogs. It's okay.
Hey, long time, man.
Are we all good?
Yeah, all good now. All good.
Okay, can I check?
Just doesn't it, yeah?
Like,
Schools are keeping me busy.
Okay,
Yeah.
everything's moved. That's perfect. Thank you.
yeah, move it to the right.
Right. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
No more slow motion again.
Shot.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
well
your
done, eh?
patience. Yeah.
Where's your wireless camera?
I'll send you the scoreboard as well, scorecard. Will that help you? Are you scoring as well as you go along?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's
Okay, there's a bit of a delay.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, maybe 2 minutes delay.
Right, have you got someone to help commentate with you?
He's not here yet. Maybe if you ask Lefty. No, half of this. Dawson is ready and he blocks it again.
Yeah, just go there.
We were supposed to play at.
Good morning and welcome to Irene Country Club. It is the opening game of the VCASA Quadrangular series. The opening match, South Africa or the Proteas versus Namibia. The groundsman's done really well to get things underway on time this morning. Heavy rain overnight, and yeah, the deck seems to be fine. Alan Dawson, the opening bowler for the Proteas, his birthday today. He's had a good start, and opening the bowling with him is the Boland opener James Albani. They have started off really well. This is the 4th over. Score is 5. And they run through for a quick single. At the crease for Namibia is Rudy Birkenstock and Trevor Britton. Rudy wearing his hat and Trevor with the blue helmet. Albani keeping it nice and full, forcing the batsman to play. The toss was won by Namibia. They obviously decided to have a bat. I'm not sure the Proteas would have been too unhappy having to bowl. The Irene track seems to favour the bowlers early on and then flattens out. Well, that's certainly the reports that we've got. Outfield is a bit heavy, so there's been a few balls that's been hit towards the boundary and literally just stopped, and the possible fours have become twos, so lots of work for the batsman to do here. And in the commentary box, I have Norbert from Namibia to share the chat. How are you, Norbert?
I'm good. Good morning, everyone. Lovely game here at Irene. We've seen some top bowling and some pretty good shots as well in the few overs that we've played so far. And we're looking forward to a very good game here.
Yeah, so Norbert, I'm Grant Janssen, and to the listeners, we are going to have some fun this morning. Let's just go through the lineups here. Can you take us through your batting lineup here, Norbert?
Yes, we've got Trevor Breton, who started the batting with Rudy Birkenstock. Coming in at 3 is Davi, and then at 4 you've got the captain, Andy Fellas.
Would you say Alan Dawson is 53 years old today? He looks like a spring chicken still.
Yes, this is very good. These guys are looking like they're still around their 30s, running around here.
Age is just a number, they say. Dawson still carrying the number 52 on his back, and today is 53-year-old.
That's great stuff.
So Andy Fellas, dangerous batsman for you?
Andy Fellas, yeah, he bats very, very nice. We also have former Namibian player Melt Francois, wicket-keeper batsman. He also bats very nice.
Oh,
that's a great ball there. Catching the batsman between whether moving forward or back and taking the off stump off the ground.
Dawson gets his first birthday gift. He clean bowls Britain for 1. The score is 6 for 1. That one seemed to just not really get up.
Yeah, but the batsman was also caught in between without really getting the stride into play forward, and that ball was a little bit fuller.
Yes.
So
that's a good start for the Proteas. Always good to get a nice win under the belt early in a tournament, and I'm sure that's what they're going to be pushing for. So, well,
Mr. Walton. Jesus, how are you?
are you introducing the next batsman for us?
yeah, Davi Hansen back is the new batsman in at 3.
Oh, right, is he your good? Okay. Speaking to him last night. Listen.
Pretty solid batsman. He's a fierce competitor. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna love the challenge going forward.
No, I'm not allowed to play him.
Well, this is what Bets cricket's all about. You have a former Protea, senior Protea, Alan Dawson, running in at you early on in the morning, Sunday morning after yesterday's rugby. Do the Namibians support the Springboks? What do you say?
Yeah, we definitely support the Springboks. We are neighbours, so we all the time we're always rooting for African brothers.
Yeah, so the guys would have had a good few beers celebrating the victory last night.
Oh yeah, we all watched the game.
Yeah, of course. So I went to arbitration. The first arbitration appeal.
It's another good bowling here from Dawson, constructing a pretty organized and good over.
Maybe 2016, but that was only because they shorted everything in New Zealand. But no, I remember you in 2016 in Birmingham. Yeah, I remember you there. But you're playing out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to play today at Proteas, but covers got blown up by the wind, so half the pitch got
Just want to go through the South African lineup here. Being led by Louis Kuhn, also the former Protea.
We'll probably play here. We won't play.
We have Clive Eckstein,
There's no game yet, so we'll start.
another Protea. Dawson, of course, we've already introduced. Then we've got the local boy from the Titans, Mornay Solier. Craig Lyons is the wicketkeeper.
Do you still see the boys, Berger and all those guys?
Former first class player Brad White, he's standing in first slip at the moment. Brandon Nash,
Lisa Murray guy.
another former
Remember Berger?
Natal player. Mario Solomon's in the covers today. He's normally behind the stumps. Former Western Province player. Then we've got a left arm seamer, Kaiser Gancho from Border. Kaiser will probably also be taking the ball from one of these two openers. And then we've got Andre Peters from Eastern Province. Andre Geldenhuys from Boland. So a very strong Proteas lineup today.
Saves you money as well. Just been 4 days in San Domingue. Holiday over.
Oh, I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
And Birkenstockton's at 1-2 birthday boy on the fine leg boundary for 1.
I remember you were back after the game. So who you playing?
So like I said, lots of overnight rain. The outfield is quite heavy in places.
Some good bowling there and good fielding from the gully area.
What are you doing? You're bowling as
It's quite a big square here at Irene, so the inner ring would be, the ball would get to the field is quite quick, but once it goes past there, then it will hold up.
Good shot through the covers there from Davy.
Yeah, and I think on another day that might have raced to the boundary. This time, as I said, it just passes the square and then just holds up. So just a single.
And the Namibian lineup is obviously led by Andy Fellas, and having batted already is Trevor Britton. Still in batting is Rudy Birkenstock with Davy Hartenberg. Andy Fellas, the captain, coming in number 4. Meld van Square coming in at 5. Dion Gous 6. Piers Lestrange 7. Alex Horn 8. Ashley Griffith at number 9. Ken Joseph number 10. Louis Nokia at number 11. And our bowling sub will be Veli van Zyl. And obviously not playing today is Pierre Teron, Jaco Dupree and Francois Erasmus.
The Proteas players sitting out today is Gulam Talib, Salim Mukadam, Lefty Ngeke. I hope I said that right. I'm
I
still
wouldn't
brushing
try.
up
I would struggle to say that, but yeah.
I'm still brushing up my course. I'll get there by the end of the week. And then, of course, Bruce Wilson also sitting out today.
I mean, I was only started,
Right?
I think like 1.5 years ago before they did preseason, right? Or started the other.
The other game, because as you know, there are 4 teams in this tournament: South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and then following the withdrawal of the UAE, there now is a President's 11 that is made up predominantly from Gauteng and Titans players,
And you'll be at your peak.
and that match was
I'm 7 years old.
called off today. The field was totally waterlogged. Looked good for a water polo match this morning.
Mudslinging.
I was very keen to play, but yeah, I'm not one who likes swimming. So that game has been postponed to Tuesday. That game will be played at Irene Country Club. So what was going to be a rest day is now a match day for the President's 11 and Zimbabwe.
So they're taking their rest days early.
It's probably not a bad thing. Tomorrow, President's 11 takes on the Proteas, so it'd be nice to be nice and fresh against them. And then Namibia and Zim, they will have a go at Centurion High School. Hopefully the field would have dried up by then. But there's lots of rain expected this week.
80, they were saying 80% and thereabouts chances of rain late in the afternoon.
Yeah, which would make it quite difficult, I think, at Worskol Centurion. But Irene Country Club, well, this is really a treat to be playing at this facility. It rains very well. The pitch is really well manicured by Sien. Sien is the name you're going to hear quite a bit this week. He is a groundsman extraordinaire. He is just a smashing gentleman. I got to meet him yesterday. He spent about 20 years at Irene Country Club already.
It's a long time, and I must say, when we walked around the pitch, the playing strip itself is looking magnificent. It's a top deck to play on. So I'm sure all the guys will enjoy playing there today.
Yes, they're in fact using the same square where they played a Premier League game yesterday.
The Veterans League.
And at about 2 o'clock yesterday, when we arrived at the ground, the game was abandoned,
South Africa.
temporarily on hold because of heavy downpours, and
The VCASA.
must be about an hour later, once things dried up, cleared up, they were playing.
It's already on anyway.
Mama said, with the amount of rain we got yesterday, drainage is proving to be very, very, very good. As there were no delays whatsoever in the morning. Everything was good to go and looking good.
Yeah, so it's quite a good throw there from Brendan Nash. He really takes pride in his hitting of the stumps. So I'd say the batsmen really need to know their story when they take quick singles to him. And the ever consistent Albani just lands the ball in the right place with ease. And that one came through quite nicely. James Bending is back there.
Yeah, I must say the South Africans have started very, very nicely. They're bowling nice areas. Namibia hanging in there, but finding scoring a little bit difficult. But yeah,
Well, I think the thing about the 45 over game, you've got time to get yourself in. You don't mind. You don't mind the dot
Nice,
balls
Davy!
early on, and especially when you have bowlers like Dawson and Albani at you. You really want to just see them off and hope that once the change bowlers come on, there is a little less pressure on you. But as I say, this is a very strong Proteas lineup. They will follow up with another set of good bowlers here. It's interesting though, in Let's cricket you tend to see some of the guys just bowling through their 9 overs. The days of bowling 5 and coming back for 2 or 4 towards the end, it's sometimes a bit harder because then you have to rev that body up again. While there's no niggles and you're still breathing okay, some bowlers actually don't mind bowling their full 9.
Yeah, but at this age, I think they're gonna take shorter overs. In consideration that they are playing 4 games in 5 days, so
Yeah.
and obviously they want to complete the tournament. So
Yeah,
they must look
management-
after themselves and
Yeah, body management becomes a very important thing.
yes.
Look, it's always an important thing, even at elite level, but as we get older, the niggles are a bit more frequent. The local boy Buxel here, there in the gully, doing the fielding. He must be very excited to be representing the Proteas. And looking forward to the improved batting conditions later for when they come in, because if it doesn't rain again, the outfield is definitely getting drier as we speak, and the rewards for good shots will become better.
It's good bowling again there from Dawson. And I must say, Rudy Beckenstock has been quite solid. Left the ball well so far and played some good shots.
Okay, Tag is gonna edit, so you're good to go, bro. I will see you when I see you. Maybe Tuesday the office.
So Dawson going for a measly 5 runs in his 5 overs, picking up 1 wicket of Trevor Britton for 1. And James Albani continues.
That ball's a pitch of a delivery.
Another one that just really climbs up a little bit there.
All the investors are coming to
Seems to be a bit more bounce in the wicket from this end.
Sunday,
But James is also quite a tall guy, so he would get a little extra zip.
December until Thursday. Thursday or Friday.
For a man in his 50s to maintain this shape, it's really remarkable, isn't it? I was
Yeah,
fortunate to play with James when I was still a teenager, and nothing's changed.
Yeah, I must say, when these guys are looking sharp, you wouldn't believe you watching 50 over cricket at the moment. 50 over 50s cricket at the moment.
And 8 systems for under 16. So if you don't count
Hello, Bixel here, just walking into the studio, coming to watch his brother. Must be very proud. Yes, sir. When you coming to join us in the commentary box?
It's for people that's well spoken.
And Bix is trying to find a way out here, but we'll drag him in here later. Are you, sir? There's another gentleman just walked into the commentary box. It looks like the Namibians want to outnumber the South Africans in this commentary
Ken
box.
Joseph.
Mr. Ken Joseph, he looks like a proper fast bowler, yeah?
More like a bodybuilder.
A bodybuilder, he definitely looks like when you put the ball in his hands, it's going to come firing at your head.
Yes.
Mario Solomons made an attempt at hitting the stumps and he caught his wicketkeeper Craig Lyons off guard there and gone through for a single. A valuable run, I would say, because they're not coming easy.
Releasing the pressure a little bit.
And that's the end of the 10th over. And the score has moved on to 12. And as I thought, Dawson going to push through another over at
Going
least.
for the 6th over, huh? It just shows you how fit these guys are at this level.
Yes, these players put in a lot of effort as well to maintain their shape, and they set high standards for themselves. It's not a case of, it's over 50s cricket and we're just gonna. They want to do it the best they can.
How are you going to bring out? I don't know.
Just a good ball there from Dawson, beating the outside edge.
Dawson has bowled 3 maidens already. Birkenstock is on 7 of 29 balls. Davy Hudsenberg, who's on strike now, is on 4 of 19 balls. And Dawson clean bowls him. And another gift for the birthday boy.
It's good bowling there.
It's his second clean bowl.
Catching Davy in between. Not really going forward or back.
Probably expecting another one of Alan's outswingers, and it was just the opposite. So Hudsenberg cleaned up for 4 of 20 deliveries.
Captains of Pitch Vision. This is the media and the multimedia person of the tournament.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So, do you?
Yeah, we're trying to check it, but we find this smart one. But
No. What email address can I send this to?
Send it to. So she's gonna be here the whole time.
Yes.
Check his email. Send it to.
No, it's just use the signal.
So if there are any people who would like to send through some comments via WhatsApp, you can send it to 082 842 8898. 082 842 8898. You can send some WhatsApps with your comments and views on what you see here. This is the VCASA Quadrangular Series, Match 1, Proteas versus Namibia. Namibia won the toss and decided to bat, and they are having quite a tough time against Alan Dawson and James Albani with some real controlled fast bowling. And here's a big shot, and he is trapped. LBW.
The new batsman is a captain, and he's gone. Andy Fellas.
And Andy Fellas not spending too much time there, and in fact it was one of those appeals where the batsman didn't have to look at the umpire and just...
Not at all.
And Norbert has deserted me, so I would have to make all of this up by myself. But I think we've got the bodybuilder back in here, the fast bowler.
Good morning.
Yeah, nice to have you.
So it's a pleasure to be here. However, I don't like the circumstances. Mr. Dawson's on a hat trick.
Yeah, it's his birthday. I think he deserves a hat trick. It will be a birthday to remember.
Oh wow.
53, and it could be 3. He's already got 3.
Yes.
But he could pick up a 4th and make it a birthday hat trick.
For the Namibian perspective, let's hope not. But we're excited to see good cricket, and hopefully all fast bowlers can exploit the conditions as well.
Did you get it? Yeah, I get it. So you just need to, you can't miss the trick ball. After this trick ball.
And this could be it. Oh! The ball just skied between Nash and Extian, but just a bit too far out of reach there, else Alan would have his hat trick on his birthday.
No, look, it's impressive, his cricket.
Just need your Premier League guys to warm up again.
Yeah.
Alan Dawson.
But he never stopped playing cricket.
Oh, and another one that just keeps a bit low on that side. That's why I say that end it seems to be keeping a bit low. And some of the batters making mistake going back, expecting the ball maybe to bounce a bit more.
Yes, from a bowling perspective, it looks like it's the preferred end because you have some indifferent bounces. The hat-trick ball was a snorter.
Yes.
He got lift from a good length, and then the others kept low.
Yeah. So that was Melt van Schoor, the former Namibian international, that got away with things there, but he is still there. And Namibia on 14 for 3. Dawson 6 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs, 3 wickets. Albani into his 6th over. He's conceded 7 runs so far. And the control of the South African bowlers is really impeccable. No wides, no balls, hitting good areas.
Yeah, I must agree with that. And hopefully the Namibian bowlers can learn a thing or two and also hit those lengths and line as well. I mean, this is an important tournament for Namibia because it gets to see where we at, so that when we get back to Windhoek we can go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, all the teams preparing for the World Cup in Cape Town in March, and this tournament is really a final look at some players and combinations for these nations who
The other lady that was here just now.
A rush of blood by Rudy. Wasn't shot for that shot. However, he got away with it.
You can put that in the see.
Alright.
That's a dot like it. How many dots? Yeah, there you go.
Is it live?
Yeah, it's live. Let's check it. So that
A really good delivery again there by Albani.
what you call you know how to put that one, the media one. You just go to add, then you select media instead of picture. Instead of image, you select media. Then you go to
That's the beauty.
And James is enjoying this. He really is. Beating the bat.
if you put it up, it doesn't have to.
Unlucky.
Time and again just beating that bat. And the score
After
remains on 14. And
Was that a maiden over?
Albani's first maiden over. And it looks like Dawson is going to get through his 9 overs here.
I know I'm living.
yeah, this is an amazing fitness that Dawson is showing. You know, at this age, taking bowl. This is his 7th,
Let me go and speak to
He's
my
into
girl
his
then.
7th over now.
and with the control as well. So first wide.
And we might have jinxed him.
Yes. Commentator Chris.
He just seemed to force that one a bit.
Maybe he's tiring now. I'm sure the Namibian batters are not minding that he's been getting tired.
And he's back where he belongs.
Back on target.
Dawson really enjoys his cricket, really loving this Vets cricket.
Inside edge.
And he was saying how this is just brought about another lease of his cricketing life, this Vets cricket, and I think he speaks for many who have considered giving up this game years ago, and Vets cricket has revived things. There's a World Cup to look forward to. There's provincial tournaments. Well, certainly in South Africa. I'm not sure you guys have much provincial cricket.
No, we just play in the league. So we have a over 50 team in the Namibian league. So that's how we prepare.
And is that in your, is it a Windhoek based?
It's Windhoek based. Yeah, but it's so, I mean, most of the over 50s are based in Windhoek. I mean, we have a Rudy here based in South Africa.
Yes, he played for the Titans in the provincial over 50s last month. And in what league then is it that you would be playing in Namibia?
The second level.
Oh, that's good. So you get to really know one another and you see one another every week.
Yes, and we practice twice a week.
And there's a quick single there to
Well taken.
Andre Peters. At times Rudy makes you think that he cannot run a quick single, and then he does exactly that. Rudy was involved in a very bad accident, and to have him still playing this game is something remarkable. And again, that's what what Vets Cricket has allowed him to recover somewhat and continue playing cricket.
Yes, I totally agree.
And that's the end of Dawson's 7th over.
It's 13 overs.
So Alan Dawson in his 7 overs has gone for 10 runs and picked up 3 wickets. He seems to have indicated that he's going to take a break, and it looks like Clive Exton warming up.
Let's continue as well.
And I'm sure that's the last thing the Namibians would have wanted, a former Protea to be replaced by a former Protea. We'll have to wait and see. James Albani continues. He looks very strong.
For the Namibian perspective, let's hope.
Oh, and James clean bowled Birkenstock. And one can almost say that is the reward that...
Yes, he has been unlucky. He has been probing. Great lengths, great lines. Just reward.
Just reward there for James Albani. Clean bowls Rudy Birkenstock. And it looks like Ken may be deserting the commentary box to get some pads on.
Yes. And face the music. So, thank you.
Enjoy, Ken. All the best. We'll see you later.
I'll see if I can get someone to replace him.
Thank you. So the boys have brought some drinks on here. The score at the moment is 17 for 4, and it's starting to look a bit dire for the Namibians. But cricket is a very funny game, and there are still plenty overs left in this game. And we've got another Namibian in here. It looks like one of the batters, Trevor Britton, and there's another LBW, and Albani's got his 2nd wicket, and that also looks like, even though the batsman doesn't look too happy there, Trevor.
Well, I don't know, I was sitting down, so I wasn't looking at it, but yeah, James Albani is just sort of shaping away. He has the odd one coming back, but
hitting good areas, both Alan and James, eh?
Alan's bowling a bit of a shorter length than what James is doing, but and also I found on the wicket just short of a length, it was bouncing a little bit more. You're playing it up.
It seemed like James was getting a bit more bounce from his end than
Alan was
Alan.
also getting bounce, but Alan was bowling a shorter length and he was getting bounce. And when it gets a bit fuller, you get on the front foot, it's actually staying, well, I would say the normal bounce. You're looking for the bigger bounce.
Yes.
You see a lot of the guys here on the front foot have been hitting it at the toe of the bat.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah.
But a good experience there to face a former Protea.
Yes. No, it was.
And there's no holding back, Trevor. These guys are coming at you as if they were playing cricket 25 years ago.
That's right, yeah. No, that is a good experience, and it's also, you got to put it in the memory bank. In March, Cape Town, there's
correct, yes.
There's
this
another
is preparation.
Game, so
it's a big tournament for all of us, but it is
I'm just surprised that the two opening bowlers are having such long spells. We thought they maybe...
Tired. The guys from the Cape, they don't get tired.
No, I thought maybe, you know, keeping them back a little bit later, but yeah, they've got good bowlers also to come in after this.
As I was saying to Norbert, one of the options that the players have nowadays is once your body's warm and you're hitting consistent lines, you rather just keep going because you don't know how you're going to come back. You may be all seized up for
That's
your
right,
last 3-4 overs.
Yeah, you know, you can be as fit as you want. Alan Dawson, you can see he's still fit, but as you said, you just sort of, when you come back, you've got to warm up the muscles again, and maybe one of them is just a little bit stiff, which you didn't feel when you were bowling earlier, and it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it also helps if there's depth in your side, I think. As I said, to replace Dawson is probably going to be Extian on the side, and then you've got Kaiser Gancho with his left armers. And these are all really good bowlers, so there's lots of depth here. And they can actually take the chance with bowling 1 or 2 bowlers.
That's right,
through.
yeah.
And that's Albani finishing his 7th over, and he's gone for only 7 runs and picked up 2 wickets, and a real good controlled bowling by Dawson and Albani. And can you believe it? Dawson is taking his cap to the umpire to probably now bowl his 8th and then just finish his spell.
I thought just the previous over that Dawson bowled, to me from the sideline there, it looked like he was maybe tiring a little bit. Didn't have that same zip, but
all of a sudden when your opening partner is also taking wickets, and then now you're thinking, well, there's a bit of action to happen, so why not continue? And he bowls a peach over delivery there, just beating the bats. I've lost track of who's got to the crease because the wickets have fallen.
That looks to me, that's still Melt van Schoor there.
Still Melt with a helmet on, is Melt.
That's right, yeah, Melt has the helmet on. Wicket keeper, kept wicket for many years for Namibia.
So he's probably your most experienced player in this side.
Yeah, in this side definitely. He played in that 2003 World Cup.
And next year, 20 years later, he'll be back playing in the over 50s World Cup.
That's right.
That's incredible.
Yeah. No, we tend to go on quite long up in Namibia.
What, is there nothing else to do, or what?
Look, the player pool is also a lot smaller. We're starting to work on that and get more players in, especially from a junior level. You know, we've had this year alone, I think we've had over 60,000 kids that have been taking part in our mini crickets tournaments and things like that. So we've been doing
amazing.
big work there. So where we used to participate in all the junior weeks in South Africa, we now hold our own weeks in Namibia. So there's I know there's under 19, under 16, and under 13 week I think coming up next week after the schools close. So we're hosting all of those weeks, 4 or 5 teams playing in each year, 6 teams. So yeah, definitely there's been a push to increase the player pool coming through from the bottom.
And that's good because, I mean, that's only going to be good for Namibian cricket all round, and especially vets cricket. Imagine 20 years from now with all the work you're putting in now with the youth.
That's right.
Everyone gets old, and then...
But the other thing is that, I mean, just watch him bowl there. If you watch, or you take South Africa, there's always been heroes to look up to. Heroes that you can follow and sort of copy, and we're now getting that. I mean, with our national side doing so well, winning big games on the major stages. You know, the youngsters now have their own local heroes to look up to. We got guys. Ruben Trumpelman and JJ Smith are going to play in this Dubai T20 next year, you know, that franchise. So the guys are starting to get into those tournaments Gerard Erasmus yesterday against the United States. They played United States yesterday in the Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. And Gerard Erasmus, he's now played 25 odd matches, went his 1,000 runs yesterday.
Wow, that's incredible.
So, that's what I'm saying. So you've got those heroes that the guys are looking at. With Bernard Scholes, who's a left-arm spinner. He's going great. He's always holds up the end, takes his wickets. Tangeni Lungameni took 6 on Wednesday. So you know the guys are at national level are now performing, and they're giving the youngsters something to also look at, to copy. I think that's a big thing, you know. As a coach, you can coach certain things, and more these are about coaching situations. But youngsters learn from what they see, not from what you tell them to do.
Yeah, no, role models, very good. As you say, we've been pretty blessed as a South African nation. I mean, we can just go through the eras of top players, and it's good when countries like Namibia. I mean, there used to be a time when you find a lot of South Africans going across there, and you're starting to not recognize some of those Namibian names, even though I think, is it David Visser that's still...
That's right, yes.
Still doing a good job there.
Good job. Look, David on the T20 scene. David is concentrating on T20, on the 100, those sort of tournaments, those sorts of games. And he's actually modelled his game around that. He's so good. I mean, you've seen him on, it doesn't matter what stage, he's performing.
Yes.
He's winning man of the matches. He was selected in the Caribbean, was it the Caribbean
CPL,
Premier League,
yes.
CPL. He was selected into the team of the tournament.
Yeah, no,
So-
that's remarkable. That's totally remarkable.
Yeah.
Having this, so that's healthy for the region, and I think this tournament for the vets, that's also what's going to bolster veterans cricket in the region, and I think that more of these tournaments will be happening in the future.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we've also a smaller player pool with the veterans, but we now have a team which we play in our second division in Namibia, in the league. So the guys are playing a lot more. You know, veterans cricket, I think even in South Africa 2-3 years ago was non-existent.
Yes,
And,
the guys have
now
put in big work.
That's right. And you know, I think the only thing is, you can even see it here today. You know, when you're 50 plus, you can see it in the fielding. The guys don't run as quickly as they used to. The arm isn't as good and as quick as it used to be. But when you're playing against youngsters in the league, it actually
really tests
they
you.
take ones and twos because you're not getting to the ball, and they're testing you. They run to the ball and get it in. So you got it. But it's also a good experience because it teaches you to run between wickets again. And
yes, get back to some of the old basics.
that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Get that white line fever when you walk across the rope, then it all kicks in and you're raring to go.
It's amazing how good the memory becomes when you walk onto the cricket field.
No, definitely.
And so the Proteas have made a change behind the stumps. Mario Solomons has replaced Craig Lyons, and Craig Lyons has moved into the cover region.
So now the plan thing is Craig Lyons going to bowl.
And I think they're both keepers as well, so they're just splitting duties and saving their bodies, managing their bodies, and that is, I think, another benefit when you have this kind of quality in your side and depth, and then body management, player management becomes key.
Yeah, I think keeper is probably one of the most physically demanding positions on the field. Apart from seam bowling, the keeper's every delivery is down and up.
It's
Moving
your
to his
knees,
right
it's
line,
your back, it's all your joints, and after the game you'll feel it.
See James there, maybe getting a bit tired. He fell away and just pushed it down the leg.
And I just hear Dawson hurling from fine leg to James. It seems they must have some competition here of who bowls the fewest wides.
Oh well, Dawson bowled the first one, so
yeah, and I suspect that James might have given Dawson a hard time at the drinks break, and the competitor that he is, the birthday boy Alan Dawson, is giving James his own back. And Albani into his 8th over.
Yeah, well played there. See there again, on the front foot and just slightly lower on the bat. So definitely there's two different bounces on the different lengths on this wicket. Short it's coming up, and fuller it's maybe they're not rolling the ends the full length as much. A lot of groundsmen do that these days because they're using shorter rolling times and rolling more frequently. They roll the middle segment of the track a lot more. They say the ball's bouncing there more, so they're rolling that more.
And in Vets cricket, all a lot of bowlers just want to do is get the ball to the other side.
That's right, yeah. See that one again?
Just stood up there, but
Just
well
standing up,
turned there
well
by
played.
Van Schoor, showing his experience.
I think as a wicket keeper, he was never ever a player of big shots, so you always worked the ball. And as a wicket keeper, you probably know the conditions and know the way pitch is playing a lot better than most others. Sum it up a lot easier.
Yes, so I think you're right there. They just have a way of assessing situations. And that one just charged through.
Yeah. That one again, just back of the length.
Great way to end the over there. That's Albani finishing his 8th over.
Yeah, good stuff. Alan Dawson, cap off.
No one's going to get the ball out of his hand.
No.
Sure, the birthday boy has some celebrations planned, and I guess another one or two wickets here. It would really be a lovely birthday gift for him. He's on 3 for 11 in his 8 overs.
Okay.
Albani 2 for 9 in his 8.
Oh, I remember Alan Dawson in the Cape with the World Cup, when it was cut short in 2020. He actually did better that tournament as a batter than he did as a bowler. I can remember he got runs. Not that he did badly as a bowler, he wasn't picking up the wickets that one would have expected. But I know the one game he definitely saved the Proteas. I think it was against South Africa or against Zimbabwe, where he actually made runs to win the game.
No, he's a very talented player. He's been scoring lots of runs in Vets cricket, and he's a very key player to this Proteas side. He's more than useful with the bat.
I think he's almost the spirit of the team. He's the guy that gives that sort of that fighting spirit and that the competitive energy that you need. He's the guy that does that. I saw him before the game. They were having a chat, and I just sort of overheard something, and I could hear it there coming through.
Yeah, he definitely is one of them who sets high standards. And of course the captain, Louis Kuhn, he himself plays the game hard. And
see there again, a bit wider. Just and that one bounced probably twice before the keeper.
yes. Bit of a teaser there. Dawson looking to finish off his spell well.
Now the 52 on his back, is that now his age or is that his...
that was his age.
Was it his age?
Until this morning.
Until this morning, he's now 53.
Yes.
Did you actually select that number on his age or was it...
Yeah, I'm sure that was his favourite number until this morning. who knows, maybe he'll get the organisers to do a change to that number for tomorrow.
Oh, that's well played down the ground. This outfield is actually quite slow.
And James
but he's
is
going to
charging,
get there,
and
yeah.
the ball gets to the boundary. Albani putting in a big chase, and that is the first boundary.
Well, the first boundary, there was a few hit down to the bottom corner down there, down towards the river earlier, but they didn't get through it. I suppose all the water goes down there, so if there's any area of the field that will be a bit damp, it will be down that way. But this one ran quite well here.
This one ran quite well. Lots of overnight rain making the outfield extremely heavy.
Yeah, we're staying at the guest house just down the road here. Well, it's probably a stone's throw. I said this morning, if I could throw a stone over those trees, it would probably land on the roof. And it rained there until 4 this morning.
Jeez. And it was very heavy rains, and that's Dawson finishing his wonderful spell, and I think he's going to take a well-deserved rest here.
Yeah, 5 over break.
And the crowd is busy clapping off the birthday boy. He went for 16 in his 9 overs and picked up 3 wickets. So a wonderful start to this quadrangular series here for Alan Dawson. And Salim Mukadam has come onto the field to replace him.
Oh, birthday boy.
And Trevor, I actually have a bit of a net session, so I'm going to love and leave you by yourself. I can call someone into the comments box.
Fine, I'll do a bit on my own for a
You
while.
seem to be very good at this, real natural, and I'll come and join you later.
Hundreds. Yeah, so James Albani is going to finish off his last over now. His 9th. He now has 2 wickets, does he? So obviously he'll be looking to equal Alan Dawson. Get a 3rd. Proteas still with a fairly attacking field. Slip. 2 slips. Gully. That one turned to backward of square, through for the single. James Albani bowling to Melt van Schoor. Melt, number 30 on his back. The other end, Piers Lestrange, he has number 33 on his back, batting without a helmet. Not a respecter of pace. Anything, huh? That one again, back of a length outside off stump. Carrying through well to the keeper. So we see a few bowlers lumbering up. We'll probably have Clive Exton bowling the next over from the clubhouse end, or no, what is this end of the ground? I suppose it is the cricket clubhouse end. Van Schoor in well behind that. And a good spell from James Albani. Finishing up with 2 wickets, 2 for 11 in his 9 overs. So great spell of bowling, very consistent, good line and length. Yeah, Clive Exton, left arm. No, it's not Clive. White. Brad White. Yeah, Brad White, left-handed batter. Played against him many years back when he was still playing for Transvaal in those days. Brad White, right arm over, he'll be bowling to Piers Lestrange. Okay. No, we'll just check. Okay. And Gulam Talib, he's joining me in the commentary box. Yeah, under the umbrella. Gulam, welcome.
Oh, thank you, man. Thanks, and I appreciate the umbrella. This heat is killing us.
Yeah, I just moved in, so my left leg wasn't in the sun. Enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a lovely day for cricket, eh?
Yeah, it is. The weather cleared up nicely before the game. A lot of cloud cover, but that seems to have disappeared.
Absolutely.
It's actually become quite
humid.
pressing, humid. Yeah, you can feel it here amongst the trees.
It's a stunning day for cricket. We've got Brad White replacing Alan Dawson, who just finished a fantastic spell of 3 for 16 of 9 overs.
That's right. Yeah, he just didn't look like he wanted to get tired.
Yeah. I don't think Dorsey gets tired.
Yeah, but look, he works physically with his hands and with his body, doesn't he, as well? So. And again, good shot down the ground. Piers Lestrange.
Great shot, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, he's showed now. Anything sort of up to him, he's going to have play down the ground. Played strongly that one.
I think he's decided to take the attack to the Proteas.
Yeah, I think he's actually playing it on length. As soon as he gets a bit fuller length, he's playing it. Because it seems to be bigger the length, there's actually good bounce and carry. When it gets a bit fuller, not so much. So he's looking to get on the front foot and play through the line.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to allow Brad White to settle into a good rhythm.
That's right, yeah. And this field's spread now a little bit. If I say spread, it's we've got a slip and a gully who've come out. Well, the gully's still there, but we've now got a catcher in the covers, probably on the line of about extra cover. Louis Kuhn, the captain himself, come out of the slips. Still bowling with a 6-3 field. Gulam, you from the Cape, you guys had an interprovincial tournament the other day. How was the talent on show for the veterans of South Africa?
Well, for 50 plus year olds, I think there's 1 or 2 guys that can still make it for the Proteas, you know. I mean, Dorsey's one of the examples, even James Albani. And that just seems to be a little bit of a swat across the line. It might just stop short of the boundary.
Yeah, it's pulling up. Yeah, this field is actually not running as well as I thought it would, but obviously it's got a lot of moisture under that grass. It's got a great grass cover, a bit of moisture, and it's just not making it. But
beautiful cover, and I think that's going up the hill as well.
That's right.
This field is running at a bit of a slope, and that's up the hill. But coming back to your question about talent, yes, there were some amazing players in that IPT recently, and I think they, some of those players, like I said, can still make the Proteas side.
That's right, yeah.
It was an absolutely brilliant event, you know, to be part of that.
Yeah.
It was thoroughly enjoyable.
Look, I think it doesn't matter what age you are, you don't lose your talent. And
yes.
If you're just a little bit fit and your body's still working, then it's still going to go well. I mean, if we go way back, someone like Barry Richards, even after he'd retired, for many years used to play in charity games and make runs. Graham Pollock was the same. So Omar Henry played for many years, and he still looks like he could play.
I think Omar Henry played in the recent over 60s World Cup as well. Yeah. But like you said, some of them can still play. I mean, they never lose that skill.
That's right.
You know, the physical fitness and the body might deteriorate a bit, but you know, the skill and the talent will always remain. We've got a bowling change here. It's Kaiser Gancho replacing James Albani. Just a nice little medium, left arm medium pacer.
That is general ball, just swinging it back into the right hander.
That's correct.
Kaiser Gancho.
Kaiser Gancho is from Border.
From Border, okay, yeah. So you've got players from all around the country, obviously, in this side.
That's correct. Yeah, we've got all these 8 guys from the Western Province.
Okay.
And then we've got 2 from Border, which is Kaiser, and then we've got lefty as well, Baker. And then we've got Clive Extian and Craig Lyons from the Gauteng team.
Okay.
And then obviously we have Mornay Saliers from the Titans.
Okay. I think the veterans cricket started in the Cape a lot sooner than what it did here, didn't it? Yeah, Piers playing that one out square. And what is the sort of age spread of the Proteas side?
Well, over 50s. I'm the youngest in the side, so I just recently turned 50 earlier this year. It seems to be a bit of a wild hack across the line there. And then I think Bruce Wilson, or Cookie Wilson.
Okay.
He's the eldest statesman in the side. He's 59.
59.
So
okay.
yeah, from 50 to 59. A couple of 51-year-olds, 55, 57, and then 59-year-olds. Yeah. But some of the guys look under 50 still.
Yeah.
You know, if the love for the game is still there.
I think that's the big thing. And you know, prior to veterans cricket, we were having a chat yesterday evening about it.
Yes.
You just I wonder what life was all about, because never had anything to do, but all of a sudden it's just given a new lease on life.
Absolutely.
You have something to get fit for and stay fit for. It motivates you to have a good, healthy lifestyle, and I think that's one of the reasons why Evergreen also got involved here, wasn't it? They still said that at that World Cup, that they just looking to give a different sort of lifestyle to the older statesmen of the country.
Yes. And they've been brilliant sponsors of this veterans cricket as well.
They get totally involved, don't they?
Absolutely. But like I said to you, you know, it's more than cricket.
It is.
You know, it's about building friendships. It's about rekindling old friendships. You know.
That's right.
Guys you played against years ago. I mean, suddenly that rivalry is there, but it's friendlier.
Yeah.
You know, the camaraderie, the love for the game is still there.
Yeah,
making new friends.
I remember,
you know, that's important.
Definitely. We played against Brad White many years ago in a warm-up game.
Yes.
We were going up to Kenya to play in the World Cup qualifier.
Okay.
That was back in 1993, 94. Wow. Yeah, somewhere. I think it was 93. And Brad played there. We played against the Transvaal A side, but I mean... It was a loaded Transvaal A side. You know, Adam Bacher opened the batting. He got 100. Brad, I think, batted the 3. He got 160. Yeah, on the Wanderers. And you know, if you haven't played a lot on the Wanderers, the angles and things there are really difficult getting your field placings right.
Okay.
And you could just see Brad when he was batting. Just his placing was so
Knew
good
where
on
to
it.
hit
He
the
knew
balls, yeah.
he knew the field and he
Yes.
knew what lines to play. Because the Wanderers isn't totally square or totally round. It's it's an odd sort of an angle.
Okay.
The surrounding buildings and things are not sort of all symmetrical with the wicket. From a distance you don't realise it, but when you're out in the middle it's
Yes.
totally different. And I think, if you speak to the top players and listen to them talking when they go around the world,
Yes.
that plays a role in the different fields. New Zealand's got fields which they tell you about the angles that you got to play there. Now at the recent T20 World Cup, they're talking about short boundaries and long boundaries and that corner and this corner and so yeah, it goes a lot deeper than just running in and bowling a good line and length.
I think as a batter you need to know your field as well.
That's right. I think that's why it's so important. You see, the Aussies do that well. They, who was the guy they picked the quick that came in the last series? Was it in the Ashes in Australia? He came into the side at what age, and took a whole lot of wickets against England. It was his first test, and it was probably almost his last test series. I think he went with him to India after that, and then you haven't sort of heard of him again. Bill, was it not Bill someone? But anyway, so but they selected him in Australia and they selected him on his home ground for his first test, and he did well there. It's like Gary, when Gary Curson came in as coach of the Proteas. He was the guy that brought Vernon Philander into the side. And he apparently went around the franchises and he asked him, listen, who is the best seam bowler that you guys are batting in? He said, Vernon Philander. And he brought him into the squad because they had a series, and that was against the Aussies, wasn't it? And he had a fantastic series.
I think he had 1 or 2 man of the match awards in that series.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was instrumental in they bowled the Aussies out for 43 or 45 that one game. Yeah. That was also his first test.
Yes.
So that's what happened here. They went and got this guy who was playing franchise cricket, and he knew the conditions and brought him in, and he was perfect for that game.
Absolutely.
And he had a great career after that.
I think his nickname was the Surgeon.
The Surgeon.
Yes.
I can imagine.
Lefty just getting some good swing back to the right-handed batsman.
And he's definitely
VCASA,
human.
yeah.
And these pink balls do tend to swing quite
Do
well.
they?
And he's got a ring of fielders on the offside there. Gully is quite deep in gully now, more stopping the single than for catching, I think. Point, cover.
Yeah, Brandon Nash has been quite busy at backward point this morning.
Has done some good fielding there. Then you've got Louis at sort of a extra cover.
Short cover, yeah.
Ah, that's a good looking shot there. Through the line, you see how that pulls up on the outfield again. Okay, so with that score there now 39 for 5. These two looking to build a bit. Yeah, that one throwing it wide, giving him a tempter. Just leaving it.
But he doesn't fall for it.
No, Melt, his wicket keeper, knows the game. All the years he's been like that. He's not going to throw his wicket away.
Well bowled.
So After 22 overs, 39 for 5, slow going here, and an overcast Irene Sunday morning. Quite a few spectators come down to watch, come to enjoy the surroundings. I think it's a lovely place to come and sit and just watch some cricket on a Sunday afternoon.
One of the nicest venues I've seen.
It is definitely. I think
Played it,
I think the trees have been well established here, all fully grown. Irene is a nice area. I love coming here. That one hit firmly down the ground. Clive Exton doing the fielding. Surprised we haven't seen him trundling a couple of overs.
I'm sure he'll come on for a couple.
That's a good shot.
And that's 4 runs.
Over Exton's head, 4 runs. Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that there's no one out deep on the straight shots. And Brad White definitely a more comfortable pace than Dawson and James Albani.
That's correct, yes.
They're not quick, but they just a little bit more pace than most veterans are used to, I think.
Yes. Brad White is bowling that a little bit wider of the batter.
Now they've seen he's prepared to play shots, so obviously looking to use that, trying to get a false shot on the offside. That one again straight, back of a length. Again, there we see it. That one back of a length is just bouncing nicely.
Yes. Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times this morning.
As soon as it's fuller, it's actually staying a bit lower. We've seen a lot of drives just hitting the toe of the bat.
And that's a better line in length from Brad White.
Yeah, and what Piers Lestrange has actually done well since he's got him is he's hit a few boundaries. He's just sort of playing, keeping everything out. As soon as it's his area, he's hitting it quite powerfully. Exton has now dropped back to long off.
And that's another over gone, and the score is now.
How much? 53. 43 now. 43. So the score moving along quite well now. Yeah, and in the over 50s leagues, you're allowed to have 5 overs off the field, have a bit of a break. That's after the power play, I think it is.
I think after bowling 9 overs, as a bowler, you wouldn't mind a break. Just to get the feet up and get some liquids.
That's right. Also, him being a birthday boy, have a little bit of birthday cake.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to have a nice chocolate cake, wouldn't it? I'd have to chat to him about it.
I'm sure we can organize one.
Yeah.
Has to be big because there's plenty of us here.
That's right. The other game was rained out, so they're also here.
Yes. That was a pity, the Zimbabwe and the President's 11 game being washed out. Without a ball being bowled, ball coming back to the batter.
Again playing that well down backward of square. Through for the single. and Kaiser Ganshu just bowling those little in-swingers of his. Oh, that was well played, backward of point. And they come through for 2.
That's a good throw by Brendan Nash.
Yeah, he's a big fellow, but he's been moving well in the field.
Absolutely.
He looked like a specialised point fielder earlier on.
Some good bowling, some good effort by Kaiser.
Yeah, you hear that as he released. You see a lot of action here in the nets and off to our left. It's like fathers throwing sidearms to their sons and bowling to their sons.
That's a top shot.
Yeah. So well done. Yeah, I think
and that's hit with the slope. So
that's right. I think the pace definitely just down a little bit since the 2 openers have come off, and gives the batter just a little bit more freedom playing their shots.
Some breathing space.
That's right.
And Louis has mentioned to the bowlers, you know, the backer bowlers need to just keep the pressure.
That's it. I think it's more, you know, that length. If you're bowling at slower pace, you've got a lot less variation in length that you can utilize.
Yeah, Kaiser's bringing it back to the left, to the right-handed batsman. So I think he just needs to start outside off stump.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, the last one as well, just a bit too straight. And it'll be Brad White again from this end. Whatever end this is.
The top end.
The top end. That's right. If you know this ground, we're sitting on top of the hill, next to the side screen. Lovely golf course as well around the field. Tennis courts. And what is this other game they play? See, it's almost like squash and tennis and all.
I think it's paddle ball or something.
Is it?
It's like tennis, squash combined. I think that's a new craze that's happening here in South Africa. I remember at Wanderers, they've got a similar setup like this as well with paddleboard in Cape Town as well, so it's taking off.
Okay. So it just gives you something else. I suppose maybe tennis clubs are bringing it in to attract more members.
And I think it's a lot less running than tennis as well, you know?
That's right. Well, I don't know. I think maybe it's more energy used because it's coming back off the walls. Apparently, you can still play it and everything. So similar to squash. So maybe a bit more. Just watch Brad there. A bit more concentration required, and
gets an outside edge and it goes over the slip's head.
That's right, and maybe a longer.
Just drop full shore of the boundary.
That's right. Yeah, no, definitely down that end is slow.
Yes.
We haven't seen any really running off to the boundary there. Paddleball, I know in America they play pickleball, they call it. I don't know how they play that, but it also seems quite popular. See it a lot on Facebook.
Yeah, a lot of new games being developed.
Yeah, I think with COVID, everybody's sitting at home. They found ways of developing things. Maybe you've got smaller groups. You're not allowed more than 10 people together. So let's make a new game and.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good line there he's bowling now.
Yeah, I think he's settled into a good line.
I think with his pace, you know, he's just getting a little bit of movement, but with his pace, that's the sort of line and length he needs to bowl. Well, that one played
Straight
up
on the
his
pads
leg.
and let's say to Brandon Nash at mid-wicket.
I think on a different field that may have carried it a bit further. Played that one up the slope. Yeah, another field in South Africa that's quite nice is the Pietermaritzburg Oval. I don't know if they've developed that at all, but it also used to be the old clubhouse, real old Victorian style clubhouse, and lovely trees around the field. The Doozy River, I think it is, runs just past the field, so
it's
that's
always
lovely.
green.
Yeah.
The field's always lush green.
Yeah,
But
lovely
you find
setting.
the clubs that are steeped in history, that's been around for 60, 70 odd years, those fields are always in tip-top shape.
That's right.
And it's been well maintained.
I just think you look at this whole setup here, Irene Country Club. It's just a well-run club.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, this is one of the... Excuse me.
Yeah, so Gulam's having a quick break. Kaiser bowling to Melt van Schoor. Can we hear him? Little grunt as he delivers, putting in a lot of effort. That one, full pitch delivery, and Melt not really taking advantage of it, hitting it straight to the cover fielder. No run. Kaiser Ganshu now gone for 11 runs of his 3.3 overs. Big appeal there. Umpire not interested in that one. One up outside off stump, pushed into the covers again. No run. That one well driven through the extra cover area, and they should get through for 2. Picked up. Good throw into the bowler's end, through for 2 there. And there's now 55 for 5, so these two doing a good job. Melt van Schoor again, just in behind that, pushing it out into the point area, no run. So Brad White is going to bowl again. top end. Action all around us here today. Tennis being played, bowls being played, paddleball being played, golf. The golf course is full. Lovely day for golf. Not much wind, a slight breeze, few clouds. Golf course looking in great shape. That one in a full delivery, played out to a wide mid-on, through for the single. So Extian now coming up. Oh, Melfanschoor looking to work that one out on the offside, playing inside the line. Yeah, so for Piers Lestrange, Extian going back all the way to long off, and for Melfanschoor he's up in the circle. Played straight to the fielder. Lestrange wanting the runs. Van Schoor sending him back. Loud shout. Oh, that one well run. Well run, Piers Lestrange, quite a fit character, does a lot of running. Also works in the outdoors, very active. Just leaving that one, letting it go through. Brad White, just back of a length. Piers Lestrange in behind it. Plays it out on the offside, no run. So after 26 overs, 27 overs now. 27 overs, 57 for 5. These two doing a great job.
Bit of a recovery.
That's right.
That's what I needed to go and assist my teammate, you know, with his back. Got a bit of a stiff muscle, so besides commentating, we need to do some physio work as well.
That's jack of all trades.
And the sun's actually just hiding behind the clouds now with a nice cool breeze coming across the field.
Yeah,
I'm sure the guys appreciate that.
The breeze actually has moved now. It's switched. It was coming this way. It was coming from, where is that? The north. Where's the north?
That's the north, I think.
Is that the north? So it was coming northeast earlier, now it's coming a bit from the west. Southwest-ish.
Swing.
Yeah, just a little bit full, allowing Van Schoor just to drive it down the ground. Oh, and there looks like the toe of the bat. Good keeping.
wide ball dragged onto his stumps.
Yeah, pity shame. That was he was going well, done some hard
Unlucky,
work.
unlucky.
Yeah, the one delivery that was probably there for him to hit, and he just almost dropped his bat on it. I think he was trying to be a little bit too cute with it. He should have just hit through the line. Definitely a very wide line there. But he did a good job. So Piers Lestrange 21. Did a good job for his captain, for his team. Yeah, he took the fight to the Proteas a bit.
I think he just waited till Dawson and Albani were off, and then took advantage of the slower pace of Kaiser and Brad White.
Although he drove Dawson straight down the ground for his first boundary, so they showed from the start when he went in, it was up to him, he was playing positive.
I think it's important, not to go into your shell.
That's right.
Even the bowlers are bowling well. There's always the body language. If you're looking confident, looking for the ones. If there's no bad balls, you're always looking to score.
That's right, yeah.
Ones and twos. Ones and twos. If you accumulate, and you'll have 30 or 40 in no time.
That is so. I think that's where Alan Dawson is such a good asset to have as a bowler, because he's not really giving you anything loose. He doesn't give you ones and twos. You've got to look at areas to work him, and he varies his line and his length.
That's correct. Yeah. He's a difficult bowler to score, and he very seldom has an off day.
Yeah.
And he's a bowler with a plan.
No, definitely. I think he understands his own game, and he understands the game of cricket.
That's correct. It's a short one by Kaiser, and that's dispatched.
Alex Horn, the new batter. That was pitching probably on nine of the stumps, just moving in towards leg stump, and actually stood up and asked to be hit.
Actually well seen by the new batter.
That's right. So Kaiser, I think, must look to get it fuller, definitely, with the movement that he's getting.
Yes. Yeah, there's always more swing the fuller the ball is. That's a better line in length.
Yeah, he was upset with that previous one. You could hear it there, giving a grunt again. that shout as he delivered.
I think as a bowler you need that, that kick in the behind. If you bowl a bad ball, the next one will always inevitably be a good ball.
That's right.
Kaiser just drifting down leg side.
He's taken off his sweatband. Maybe we're just getting a bit too full of sweat, because
it's extremely hot.
It is hot and humid.
That's a good delivery, and pushed for a single.
So it's up to the 60s, yeah, that's it. Yeah, 64 now for 6, so run-wise, not a bad over. Of course, that wicket there, Kaiser Ganshu getting his wicket played on, Piers Lestrange. In the book it shows as bowled.
I think we've got a change in bowling here. We've got Clive Eckstein.
Yeah, looks like they're having a conference there, thinking about the field. Yeah, Clive Eckstein, he was one of those journeyman professionals in South African cricket.
Yeah, he played seven test matches for South Africa. And a couple of one-day internationals as well. And I know for Transvaal he took a load of wickets.
That's right. Who came in after him? He was it Paul Harris after him, or who came in as the left arm spinner? Because that was sort of almost, you had Alan Curry that used to bowl the left arm spinner, and I think he made it sort of almost compulsory that you had to have a left arm spinner in the South African side.
Yeah, Alan Curry didn't give the batters anything to play with. Well flighted by Clive Eckstein. Bit uppish, well fielded by Morne Cilliers.
Yeah, great energy.
It seems to be going down leg side.
Going down leg, yeah. It looked to be the arm ball just carrying on.
Just drifting into the right hander. That's well flighted and well played as well, just pushed into the covers. Took 398 wickets for Transvaal.
Okay, yeah, that's
and he was captain as well.
That's it.
3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah. It's a really experienced player. And as with all left arm spinners, could bat a bit.
Yes. A bit short of a length. But as you can see, they never lose their skill.
That's right. Yeah, it's just there, sort of on and about, off stump, middle and off. And left arm spinners, I think they the sort of guys you cannot let him settle, because once you let them settle into a line and a length, they can make life difficult for you.
Well, I know that. We played them in the IPT recently, and I think it took 5 or 6 wickets against the Western Province for next to nothing. He almost won the game for Gauteng.
Okay, so what were the scores like in that tournament?
On our side, our first game against Eastern Province, we scored close to 400, I think 380.
So, who got runs there? Louis Kuhn?
Louis Kuhn got 100 in that game. Mario Solomon's got 100 in that game. And in the second game against the Titans, I think Brandon Nash got 100.
Okay.
And then the third game we played Gauteng, and then we chased. The first 2 games we batted first, and then we got Gauteng out for I think about under 150, and we struggled at one stage with Clive Eckstein taking all that wickets. So the wicket was turning a bit.
Yeah. And but you guys obviously had a really decent bowling attack as well there.
I think we had 5 centurions. I think Louis got 200. Yeah.
What's the
Okay.
score? 5 and 6.
That's a good shot.
6.
Straight down the ground.
Yeah, the batter just waited for it. But the outfield, you know, at the IPT, weren't like this. I mean, this is green and soft and lush. Good effort ball by Kaiser. You know, and
Almost thought that he'd injured himself there. So they were really quick.
the outfield was quick. You know, once it beats the inner ring, it's gone. And you know, diving wasn't the best idea. You know, guys with grazes on the arms, on the knees. I mean, I can vouch for that as well.
I think when you get to over 50, you know, your body doesn't take the knocks that it used to, even if you're fit.
Yes.
So rather stay on the feet.
Absolutely. But you know, your heart says something else. You know, your
That's
brain
right,
says
yeah.
don't.
It's quite
But,
easy
you know,
to
you
say
still
so.
I think that it's just the competitive nature in all of us.
That's right. That's why we're still playing now, isn't it?
Of course, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that's an awesome delivery. Excellent line and length.
Yeah, that one just going through straight.
Going straight, yes.
Now from
Kaiser.
Square, been there a long time.
Kaiser getting his second wicket.
Yeah, so there he's getting his line and length right now.
Yes.
Melton Square, batted a long time. Yeah, batted a long time, 22. He was the anchor while he was out there, just taking the singles. He had a great partnership with Piers Lestrange.
But how many times have we seen this in cricket? You know, one partner goes, and then
The other one
the
goes.
next one goes soon afterwards.
And it's amazing because they were actually looking quite comfortable there.
Indeed. But Kaiser just getting that one to carry on a little bit straighter.
That's right. And also got good bounce.
Yes.
Nice carry, good carry through to the keeper.
I think it's important for the remaining batters just to try and bat out the 50 overs.
Yeah, keep the guys out in the middle. Keep them in the sun. Yeah, up in Namibia and Windhoek, that's definitely one of the tactics you use. You bat first and let the sun do its work. You need to use your natural conditions as well. And being very dry there, you know, you get players that are not used to drinking as much liquid when they're on the field.
Yes.
And they tend to get a bit dehydrated. It's difficult concentrating to bat later when you're dehydrated.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think fitness plays a part in that as well.
That's right.
You know, if you're not fit, and you shouldn't be playing.
That's right.
Well,
you still need to have
at
enough
the
liquid
competitive
intake.
level, yeah.
Because you're sweating out a lot, and the fitter you get, the better you sweat actually. Because it's your body's natural way of cooling down.
What are we? Seven wickets now?
Seven down,
wickets down, yeah.
Total? Yeah, so 66 for 7 after that great spell from Dawson and Albani. Picking up 5 wickets. They bowled unchanged for 18 overs.
18 overs, that takes some doing, eh?
Set the platform for the Proteas. Looking back, you often ask why are they carrying on, but probably looking back, that's why they carried on. Just picked up those couple of extra wickets. If they'd come off after 4 or 5 overs, maybe 1 wicket apiece, and it's different. So
It would have been a different ball game, yeah. But if you're bowling well and you're taking wickets, it's difficult to take a ball out of your hand.
that's right. Especially as you said earlier with the bowling lineup that the Proteas have here, you've got enough backup bowlers to be able to come in, complete all the overs. So it's Ashley Griffiths coming in.
Let's see what Kaiser can do now. Good delivery.
Gets across, leaves that. Lets it go through outside off stump. Maybe one of those.
lychee juices for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So second rings break gone. Rings breaks on 15 and on 30 overs. That rings break we had with a wicket.
Yeah, I think the guy's trying to use every opportunity to hydrate.
That's right.
Because like you said, if you're not hydrated, you can the fatigue sets in a lot quicker.
Yes, no, definitely. And there are energy drinks available around the ground for the fielding side. Cool boxes.
Wonderful sponsors.
Yes.
Vita 24 Vitamin Boost.
Yeah. Different flavors. This is the red berry.
Played uppish. Just played that across his legs.
They should get through for 2. I think we'll see Alex Horn playing quite positively against Clive Extian. Clive prepared to get it up above eye level.
Give it some flight.
That one a lot fuller. Just dropping his bat on it.
Yeah, Clive Extian's a wily old campaigner, so he'll know exactly what he's doing. Just flight it a little bit more.
Yeah,
Batsman just pushing at it.
And a lot of spinners like it when the batter wants to take them on.
Yes. Yeah, there's always a chance. There's always a chance. Just pushes that through a little bit quicker.
Yeah, just short of a length. Yeah, up in Namibia we have a left-arm spinner, Bernard Scholes.
Yep.
Plays on our national side. Really effective and efficient bowler.
Played a little bit uppish.
But Louis Kuhn is now out of that catching position there. So
he just dropped back into a normal cover position. But I think as a spin, in fact any bowler, control is important. You need to know exactly where you want to bowl.
Yeah. You've also got to know what you want to do with different style batters.
Yes.
And I think everyone has a natural sort of line and length that they bowl, but you've got to work on increasing and improving that and being able to bowl more different variations. Variation isn't just moving the ball differently, there's also a different length or a different line.
Yeah, I think it depends on the type of surface you're playing on as well.
That's right, yeah. I think also why touring to a place like Australia is different, because they give you so many different surfaces when you're playing tests there.
Yes.
But Gulam, tell me, you guys in the Proteas setup here, do you know the organisers quite well? Why I'm asking is because I see that you're playing all three of your games on the Irene Country Club field.
They had a big sponsor. They had a sponsor to get all three games in.
So
I'm sure.
I thought
the sponsor.
Yeah, I thought that would make it a really relevant question. They get through for the single there.
Well, I haven't seen the other field, so I can't make a comment as to.
We also couldn't see
why.
This morning because it was underwater.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
So no, unfortunately, it's probably very fortunate this field has that slope, so the water runs off it.
This field's got a brilliant drainage system. Oh, but when coming back into the right-hander and it gets an inside edge.
One of the more effective shots in cricket these days, inside edge past leg stump.
I think they used to call it the Chinese cut.
That's right. And these days it's becoming accepted, and you see it more, I think, because of the way that the cricket has evolved, the kind of shots
especially
that are played.
in the T20 these days.
That's right.
And a lot of unconventional cricket shots being played.
Yeah.
Just short of a length, and that's pushed into the covers and fielded by Craig Lyons.
But what makes this the drainage on this field even more impressive? Yesterday we living basically next to the Irene Oval.
Yeah.
And that pitch was underwater the whole of yesterday afternoon and even yesterday evening. So that was waterlogged, and this is bone dry. Vita 24, sugar-free, vitamin boost. So it's replacing the minerals and things that you're losing. Vitamin C, vitamin D3, vitamin B6, and that's played to the mid-wicket boundary. Is going to get there?
Just
Yes.
goes for 4.
That's the first boundary uphill. So that was well hit. And magnesium.
And it comes in various flavors as well. This is the berry flavor. You got a blueberry.
You've got orange.
You've got orange, and I think it's nectarine or orange. And then you've got the lychee flavor, which is my favorite.
I'll have to get hold of a lychee then and try it out.
They've got boxes inside.
We're going to go there just now.
We can go there. Commentating's a thirsty business.
That's right.
I think the field just spread a little bit more now. You've got a long on, you've got a long off, you've got a guy sweeping on back on the point on the cover boundary, and you've got a square leg on the boundary as well. And that should be taken, and that's a good catch by the birthday boy, Alan Dawson.
Alan Dawson, yeah. He was actually fielding quite deep there, right on the circle. So they'd obviously seen the shots that he was playing there. Now 74 for 8. 74 for 8, and Alex Horn, he departs. Caught Dawson, old Extian. Alex Horn departs for 14. He had 2 fours. Strike rate of 77.78. And Clive Exton gets his first wicket of the tournament.
Namibia 8 down now.
8 down.
I think what they should do is just maybe try and occupy the crease, just collect the ones and twos.
Well, that's also difficult if that's not your natural game.
That's true as well.
But I think this gentleman coming in now, Ken Joseph,
looks like he can hit a ball.
Yes, he's a fairly stocky fellow.
Maybe they can liven things up a bit.
That's right.
It has been a bit boring there.
Yeah. And he comes from the Caribbean originally, married to a Namibian.
Okay. So we might see some calypso cricket.
We may just. Well, he works that one.
It's got an interesting way of running.
So starts off with the outside edge down to the third man area for 2.
This could be an interesting few overs.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure Clive X10 will have something up his sleeve.
And that hit firmly down the ground.
It's fielded by Morne Siliers.
Yeah, Morne Siliers.
Still recovering from a bit of a wedding celebration yesterday. His son got married.
Son, oh, wonderful. Where was that?
I think it was here in Pretoria. Yes. So we've been getting updates.
Okay.
About the wedding yesterday.
Well, maybe
we only met up with him this morning.
Okay. Maybe there's some wedding cake left over and we can share that with Alan Dawson then.
I think we should.
Stuck up, man. Pas speel daar binne.
For all the people listening, welcome to the game. Lovely and hot sunny day here in Pretoria. Enjoy it.
And that's the first and only English you will hear from a spectator here in Pretoria.
Dit is so, ja.
And now we've got Salim Mukadam replacing Kaiser. Salim's a lively medium pace bowler.
Yeah, Kaiser, quite effective.
And he's on the money, first ball.
Telling darling Etlinger. 7.
That's well bowled by Salim Mukadam.
Play down to Gully.
An interesting fact about Salim Mukadam is that he played in the 2007 Cricket World Cup. He worked in Bermuda and he got Bermudan citizenship, and then he qualified to play for Bermuda in the 2007 World Cup.
Okay.
I think that was held in the Caribbean.
So that's right.
And he has the wicket of one Sanath Jayasuriya.
Okay. Okay, yes. one of our players, Rudy van Vuren,
Yes.
he played in the 2003 World Cup. And that's firmly struck.
Struck and a little bit of a fumble in the field.
And Rudy, yeah, he was opening bowler. Playing against India, got the wicket of Sachin Tendulkar. We had a warm-up game the other day and Rudy ran in the first ball he bowled.
Yes.
Got a wicket. And we all celebrated the wicket. When we saw again, he was sitting down on the ground and he'd damaged ligaments.
Ouch.
And the meniscus
in his knee.
Ouch. And that Thursday had an operation. He'll be out. Hopefully he'll be back by the World Cup in March.
That's not good.
Yeah, and you miss players like that.
All ball, Salim. Salim's on the money.
Right, yeah, just line and length. I think with a player like Salim, you're always looking to play shots to him because he's just sort of putting it there.
Yes.
Can be very effective. Now we have Extian from the top end. Salim Mukudin from the bottom end.
Oh,
that's a big shot and his bounces just inside. Morne Sillier misjudging that one. I didn't think he thought it could be hit that well. That's Ken
moved in too quickly.
Ken Joseph, that Calypso stuff you were talking about.
No, that's what we need. Some excitement.
Again, yeah, it looks like if Clive's going to throw it up above his eye level, he's going to have a go.
Just pushes it through, but it just goes down the leg side and well taken by Mario Solomon.
Maybe that was planned, looking for the stumping.
Tossed up. Bowled him. Stumped him.
Is it stumped? Is
it stumped?
I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't see. I had someone in my way. Ashley Griffiths backing up. He was in my way, so I couldn't see. Maybe it came off the pads onto the wicket. So that's 9 wickets down now. 83 is the score.
And the sun just coming through the clouds again.
Yeah, and Louis Nokia coming into bat. His whole family is here. They're sitting under the tree there.
Was that them that just tried to do a Mexican
doing
wave?
A Mexican
and there
wave,
we go with the
that's
Mexican
right.
wave. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant support.
Yeah, I just hope he gives them something to cheer about.
Picking up his second wicket, I think.
That's right, yeah, second wicket.
And hopefully he can finish it off in this over. Well played.
Louis Nokia in behind it. A great cheer from under the tree.
I take it that's his family.
That's
and
his
friends.
family, yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant.
His family lives up in this area. His brothers, sisters, parents.
Oh, that's well played.
Yeah,
I'm
giving him
sure
a lot
he's-
to cheer about.
I'm sure he's trying to hold back. He's holding back here because, you know, just trying to impress the family as well.
You always want to show mum and dad you can play. The money they spent on your cricket at school wasn't wasted.
Clyde pushes that one a little bit, but no single.
Louis up to it, pushing it out into mid-wicket. Clyde doing his own fielding. As ever, spin bowlers are very lively off their own bowling.
Yes.
So Gulam, they were predicting rain this afternoon. See the wind has changed. I don't know.
I see the people in Gauteng have a weather app. It tells, and that's Salim Mukadam getting the final wicket, caught by Mario Solomons.
Yeah,
And that's a brilliant effort by the Proteas to get rid of Namibia.
that's right. Yeah, I think
And the final score was
83.
83 runs.
83 all out. So actually Griffiths trying to run that one down to the third man area, just getting the edge. Solomon's taking the catch.
And that is a top effort by the Proteas.
Yeah, I think birthday boy Alan
And it all
Dawson,
started-
he's really happy.
Yeah, Dawson and Albani started with an excellent opening spell.
I think that set the tone. Just got them on top. And we're going to be having a break now, and someone will be joining you
We'll be
later.
back after the break.
After the break, yes. That's it, Gulam. Thank you.
And a warm round of applause from the spectators as well for Dawson and James Albani.
Okay, so we had a little break in the commentary. South Africa well on their way to chasing down 84. We have Louis Kuhn, who has smashed a few 4s and a 6 already. He is on 25, and Brandon Nash is on 8. Nash on 8, Kuhn on 25, Kuhn on strike, and the bowler is Britain, I think. Is that Trevor Britton?
I think it's Alex Warren.
Alex Warren, the bowler. Bowling from the pro shop end at Irene. Well driven there for 1. And Kuhn has middled every ball so far. So a very positive start by the Proteas. In case you don't know, this is Grant Janssen talking some nonsense. There's no one else in here, so I can just say whatever I like.
34. 34. How many overs? 4.1.
So it's 34 after 4.1 overs. Brandon Nash on strike. Looking to hit straight here, well fielded by the bowler. And that should run off for 4. Oh no, it's not. It's just stopped short. Outfield still very heavy after all the rain. And the score moves on to 37 after 5 overs. So a very good start by the Proteas, chasing 85 for victory. In the first of the matches in the VCASA Quadrangular, featuring the Proteas, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and a President's 11. And it's warming up nicely in Centurion. And so are the batters. There is some rain forecast, but I'm not sure that that's going to be an issue this afternoon. The rate the Proteas are going, this could be all over pretty soon. We've got a message from Burton Forbes. He says that he is enjoying watching the match live on his big screen TV in the comfort of his home in Port Elizabeth. Hello Bertie, hope those toes are healing well after the IPT. Lovely character, Burton Forbes. Whoa, and that one almost pinned. In fact, it has pinned Louis Kuhn. Brandon Nash smashes that straight at the skipper. I think they take it in turns. Who's going to hit the ball harder between these two? Fortunately, not too much damage there. Louis has taken his place again. And played defensively. Something you've hardly seen from him today. So Billy Van Zyl keeping it nice and tight. And they run through for an easy single. And Kuhn maintains a strike. And Alex Horn will continue. And Kuhn smashes it to the boundary for 4. I think Kuhn meant business the minute he walked out there today. Bludgeoning the balls. Field has gone back onto the long off boundary. And it's just clever cricket here by the Proteas captain, just pushing it in there for a single. Simple game, the fielders are out and the singles are there for the taking. Score has moved on to 48 after 7 overs. And Billy Van Zyl continues. And Kuhn hits it straight back, and that should be 4. Hits the side screen, and that's as straight as it comes. And the Proteas goes to 52. Kuhn bludgeons that ball to the extra cover fielder, who does well to stop that from going through. And some great fielding in the covers there. And that looks like Trevor Britton. gets put down by the extra cover fielder. Ball hit really hard. It's a good effort there by player 33. Lestrange putting in a great effort. This time a time dismissal. Couldn't miss times. A ball that he really wanted to hit hard. Caught that point. So the Proteas lose their first wicket, 54 for 1. And the man to join Brandon Nash is Eastern Province's Andre Peters. 29 balls for his 38. Is it 38? So Kun 38 runs, took 29 balls to do it and hit. How many fours and sixes? 6 fours and 1 6. So top effort. I'm sure he'd be disappointed that he got himself out. And Alex Horn continues to Nash. Nash was quite keen to get 2 there, and the first one very hard. The fielder did well to get to it. Was it wide of him? He did well to run across the field there, cut it off. So the Namibians have opted for the slow bowlers mostly, just taking the pace off things, trying to make it a little bit more difficult for the batsman to score freely. And Alex is just bowling these off-cutters really. Beautifully timed. It's the point boundary, and it's the first runs for Andre Peters. Andre was the top run scorer in the recent VCASA interprovincial tournament here in South Africa a month ago, and he seems to be continuing that form. Chases after that one, well taken by Van Schoor, the keeper. A job he's done many a season. Seasoned international wicket keeper. Had a career that started in 2003, I believe. clouds building up. I'm sure the Proteas would want to get this target out the way before any threats of rain.
Burton Forbes helping me here from the comfort of his home there with the stats. He says Andre Hawk Peters was the leading run scorer with 309 runs at an average of 103. So this man is seeing the ball big and looking to make the Eastern Cape proud. Just a story about Burton Forbes. Towards the end of this tournament he had no toenails left. I don't know when last I've seen a fast bowler lose his toenails so rapidly, and he says now that it's on the mend. Walking a bit more comfortably, his nails have started growing. Burton Turner Forbes. Nash moves to 17. Griffiths is bowling them nice and straight. Just forcing the batsman to play him down the ground for one. Unfortunately, Namibia don't have the luxury. They don't have a big target. They need wickets. They're trying to force it through the covers there, and just taking the pace off the ball here is Ashley Griffiths. So neat little line that he's bowling. Ball is beautifully guided here to the third man boundary, and is it gonna go? Yes, it just trickles over the boundary, and that's another 4 to Andre Peters. And the score moves to 69, so not too many left to get. So the Proteas are 15 runs off their target. Score 69 for 1. And just walking in and out of the studio is Salim Mukadam, making all sorts of signs, and he's just walked back out.
Next horn continues. And all of a sudden it's brightened up again, so not even the rain is going to save the Namibians, I think. Nash knew he had one before he even started running. Went hard. It's a beautifully placed shot there through mid wicket, and it's not going to the boundary, but they get through for 3 comfortable runs. Nash very strong off his legs, and he displayed that with that shot. Score moves to 74 for 1 and 10 runs to get. Feldenhuis just walks in and out of the commentary box again. He just makes a couple of signs and off he goes. Griffiths continues. Just held back on that shot. Thankfully, if he went through with it, it'd probably just be caught there at mid wicket, short mid wicket.
How many have we got now?
The score is 76 for 1.
To score 83, eh?
80 to get. 8 to get. 8 to get.
It was a good day to sit down, to sit out there. Not a lot of work.
sensible cricket here. Score moves on to 78.
You keeping us on air.
We're trying to keep you updated on air.
Updated all the time. Is this the way it works? Where's the camera?
The camera's
Oh,
on
okay,
the side
over
screen,
there.
and there's a little mic over here that you can say whatever you like. You can even come and sit here and just talk to whoever you want, wherever they are in the world. It's the beauty of veterans cricket.
Nobody will recognize my voice or my face. Excellent. Say hello for Janneman. Hy sit in Holland en kyk.
There's some people who would like to greet their family in Holland. Janneman, is it Janneman that's sitting in Holland?
Ja, Janneman sit in Holland.
En
kyk ook
sy pa wat nou hier in die
Nee, sy oom.
Sy oom wat nou hier instap en wat sê oom se naam?
Kas. Oom Kas.
Oom Kas wat nou hier in die kommentaar hokkie inloop en sommer net sê hallo vir
Janneman.
Vir Janneman in Holland. Oom Kas sê hallo Janneman, ek hoop jy geniet die cricket hier in Irene en dit maak jou nou so lus om huis toe te kom.
Dis reg, ons geniet dit vreeslik Janneman. Groete daar vir die hele familie en ons skreeu vir Namibië, hoor.
Dis lekker manne.
Dankie.
Dankie oom Kas. Oom Kas en 'n hele paar Namibiërs is nou hier om die span te ondersteun. En dis nou 'n balverandering hier van die golfbaankant af op die klubhuiskant. En dit is Trevor Britton. Die is die bowler. Trevor Britton wat nou bowl. En net so nog 'n loopie wat hier langs Andre Pieters se naam aangeteken word en is Brandon Nash wat nou Trevor se balle wil verslaan. Baie lig gegee en is net so gestamp. Goeie veld weer wat hier op die diep weg grens gedoen word. Wat gaan Andre met hierdie bal maak? Is hoog in die lug gegooi en is net so vir enetjie uitgestamp. Die Proteas wat hier hulle paaltjies wil weggooi nie, hulle speel verantwoordelik. En dit is nou net 2 lopies wat benodig word. Nash wat net so 'n lopie nog 'n lopie aanteken en dit skuif sy telling aan na 25. Andre Pieters op 16. En hy speel die bal verdedigend. Britton wat nie bang is om die balletjie 'n bietjie vlug te gee nie. Hy's 'n groot man en hy gooi daai bal hoog in die lug in. Baie mooi verdedigend gespeel daar die Andre Pieters en dis die einde van Britton se eerste bilbeurt. Sal seker ook sy laaste bilbeurt wees want is net nog 1 lopie wat benodig word. Die tellings is nou gelyk. En dit is Ashley Griffiths wat voortbal aan die Pretoria kant af. Ek dink dis waar Pretoria sit meer daar. Is nie agter ons nie. Dis Louis wat nou net so glimlag. Hy is die mannetjie wat hier met die telling besig is en einde van die wedstrijd. Of die telbord, die tellinghouer, so hulle gaan maar nou net seker net wag vir die inloopie om aangeteken te word. Maar soos ons het hier het, is die wedstrijd al gewen. En dus, as 'n mens nou kyk, is dit seker die Dawson Albani bulvennootskap wat hierdie wen in plek sit vir die Proteas, wat baie maklik hier met 9 paaltjies seevier oor die Namibiërs, en dit is die einde van die wedstrijd en dit is Andre Pieters wat dit klaar maak. Brandon Nash eindig op 26, nie uit nie, en Andre Pieters 20. En die Proteas wen met 9 paaltjies.
I want to change the channel for the English commentary.
And the English commentary has just come on, and that is a very convincing victory by the Proteas. They have smashed the Namibians convincingly by 9 wickets at Centurion. Or should I say Irene in Centurion. And Namshlanji, that's all I know. So that's the game. And tomorrow the matches to look forward to would be the Proteas versus the President's 11, and Namibia play Zimbabwe. So really a top performance here by the Proteas, polished performance by the bowlers. Alan Dawson on his 53rd birthday, picking up 3 for 16 in his 9 overs, and was well supported by James Albani, who went for very few runs in his, probably 9 runs in his 9 overs, and picked up 2 scalps. And then some good support there by Clive Eckstein, KG Gancho, also picking up a few wickets, and really setting things up for a very small target for them to chase. And Louis Kuhn came in, bludgeoned 38 runs of 29 balls. Brandon Nash and Andre Pieters slightly more subdued, taking the Proteas over the line. Thanks for watching, guys, and please follow these links for the matches tomorrow. Should be very exciting cricket to be played.